I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I
was later promoted to forensic specialist, and then in May of 2021 took on the supervisory role.
So back in October of 2019, what was your role at that point in time?
Forensic specialist.
And did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person by the name of Christine Melton?
I did.
Did you also become involved in the investigation of a missing person also known as Diana Ruiz?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the investigation that you conducted as it related to Miss Christine Melton. Were you involved with the processing of a black Nissan Versa that was attributed to Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I was.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 5. Is that the black Nissan Versa that you were involved in processing?
Yes.
Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen in the jury what is involved in processing a vehicle?
For this specific case, the vehicle was towed into our secure evidence storage area. Once the search warrant was served, we photographed the outside of the vehicle, notate anything that stands out to our eyes, such as damage or blood, any type of shrubbery, or anything that seems a little bit off or unique to the vehicle. We do a 360 view photography of it. Once that is done, if any additional processing needs to take place on the exterior of the vehicle, that is done as well. That can include collection of paint scrapings or blood or just additional photographs if needed. We then make entry into the vehicle and do the same thing inside the vehicle. So 360, several views of all of the areas of the inside of the vehicle to include the items that are inside of it as well. We then start to document any specific evidence that we need to collect.
So directing your attention here then to what's been previously admitted as States 5A, that would be the back of the black Nissan Versa.
Yes.
And then 5B, that is the driver's side of the black Nissan Versa.
That's correct.
I note that the driver's side door, or at least the window anyways, has plastic wrapped around it. Are you aware of how that came about?
I am.
And how is that?
I was informed that a officer made entry to the vehicle by breaking out that window.
Would that be consistent with State's Exhibit number 5C, which reflects all the broken glass on the driver's side door as well as the floorboard?
It would.
Also inside that vehicle in State's Exhibit number 5D, we have a series of name tags. Now, were those found where in the vehicle?
I believe they were in the center console armrest area.
And then those items would have been placed on the passenger seat in order to photograph them, is that fair?
Yes, that's one of the seats.
I'd like to direct your attention specifically what's been admitted as 5E. What's the significance of this particular photograph to you?
That is the glove compartment that is located on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And then, was there anything that was located within that glove compartment?
Yes.
Of any note?
Yes.
What was that?
A cell phone.
Would that be one the same cell phone that's reflected here in 5G?
Yes.
I'd also direct your attention here to what's been admitted as 5F. What are we looking at in that particular photograph?
This is a photograph of the passenger side of the vehicle from the driver's side perspective. On the right-hand side of the photo, you'll see the backrest of the seat, the plastic piece that goes along the door, as well as the seat belt of the passenger side of that Versa.
And I note that if one looks closely at this particular photograph, there appears to be some discoloration here on the plastic, as well as some here on the seatbelt.
That is correct. There is staining there, as well as if you're sitting in the passenger seat, the right-hand side of that, you can kind of see that area of discoloration on the seat itself as well.
When you noted that discoloration, what did you do with that particular discoloration?
It was tested using a chemical called phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for blood. All areas that were just pointed out tested positive for blood.
Did you also search the rest of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything else of any note underneath the driver's side, or excuse me, the driver's seat?
Yes.
What did you see there?
An additional cell phone.
Would that be what's reflected here in State's Exhibit number 5I?
Yes.
And then obviously the back, which is reflected here in 5J.
That is correct.
Did you also find a Florida vehicle registration within that vehikel?
Yes,
Did you photograph that?
I did.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel some precinct marked at State's Exhibit number 5K. Permission approach?
You may.
Mr. Forom, I'm handing you some precinct marked to State's Exhibit number 5K. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that appear to be?
It is the photograph of the vehicle registration that I took for the Nissan Versa.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the Florida vehicle registration that you recovered from that black Nissan Versa at the time that you processed it?
Yes, it does.
Judge, at this time, State will move State's Exhibit number 5K in evidence.
No objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. How long did it take for you to process that vehicle?
It was processed over the course of 2 days, beginning on October 7th and ending on October 9th.
Were you also involved in attending the autopsy of Miss Christine Melton?
I was.
And what was the purpose for you to attend the autopsy?
To photograph the decedent and also collect any evidence collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect any items as it relates to the autopsy?
I did.
Specifically, did you collect a DNA bloodstain card?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel from previously marked State's Exhibit number 15. Permission to approach?
You may.
Mr. Forum, I'm handing you some previously marked State's Exhibit number 15. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
It is the sealed envelope of the blood stain card of Christine Melton that was collected by the medical examiner's personnel and then turned over to me. It is sealed with my initials, 4-digit, and the date of collection.
And is that item substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with addition of the FDLE lab documentation.
When we say the FDLE lab documentation, you're referring to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And the reason why the Florida Department of Law Enforcement seal would have been on that is because of the fact that you sent it off for forensic testing?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 10th. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of Ms. Diana Ruiz when they located her body there at Northwest 4th Avenue?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how your involvement came about on that particular day?
I was on duty at the time at the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic specialist. We were advised by our law enforcement partners that an unidentified body had been located and that they requested crime scene to respond to it.
Did you?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
We had several forensic vehicles respond to include our major crime scene vehicles. Myself, my supervisor at the time, and an additional technician responded out.
Were you lead in this particular case on that particular day?
I was not.
Okay. Who was the lead?
Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager.
Okay. And you were one of the individuals who was assisting and observed and essentially kind of almost supervised in a
Yeah.
sense?
Correct. I assisted forensic tech Buckner Breger in her examination of the scene.
So when you get to this particular location, and I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen there, case exhibit number 28. Case exhibit number 28 is an aerial photograph of where Ms. Ruiz was found and a series of tire tracks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, could you please tell us where it was that you essentially set your crime scene vans up and began your investigation?
So we had a vehicle stationed at the house, if you're looking at that photograph, to the left, and then our major crime scene van was to the right. We're leaving that main scene in the center. We began processing the scene by just the same way we do a vehicle, taking overall photographs of the area from all directions, including any evidence or potential evidence that we may find leading up to the actual site. And then we walk into the site and begin to take additional photographs.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did not do that. Forensic technician Casey Buckner Breger is the one who photographed the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to observe and review all of the photographs that were taken in this particular case?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you recall her doing and seeing on that particular day?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's previous remark for cases number 29, 29A, 29B, and then 29C. Permission to approach this?
You may.
Board, I'm handing you some previous remark to state number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C. Ask you to take a look at those items. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
They are photographs of the scene located on the photograph that is on the screen.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene that you observed on October 10th of 2019?
Yes, they do.
And those photographs are one and the same that Ms. Buckner Breger took on that scene that you had an opportunity to review?
Yes.
Judge, the state would move Stacey number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C in evidence at this time.
No objection.
To be admitted.
Permission to approach.
You may.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Starting with some previously admitted, Stacey number 29. Ms. Ford, and what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the scene specific for where Miss Ruiz was found. If you're coming from that main street, this is into that field a little bit and to the left. It's where two bushes kind of merge together. Towards the right-hand side of the screen, you will see an image of the body that was located.
Was this body noticeable from the street?
No.
So it appeared to have been tucked away?
Yes.
And the only way you would have been able to observe this body is how?
You would have had to walk into that field and directly look at that bush.
So what we're looking at in 29A, what are we looking at there?
This is an additional picture of that scene, a little bit closer in and slightly to the left angle. The body is now located on the left-hand side of the screen.
29B?
Again, walking a little bit closer to the scene, the body is visible at the top center of the photograph, and underneath or closer to the bottom of the screen, you'll see one black shoe.
And lastly, 29C.
This is a photograph right next to the body that was located in the position that she was located in.
Was she missing a shoe?
She was.
Was Ms. Ruiz immediately recognizable?
No.
Why not?
She was in a advanced stage of decomposition.
What do you mean?
If you look towards the center of the body, the belly area is bloated, showing the gases of the body starting to get larger and larger, which will expand the body itself. Her hands were very deteriorated. The skin was already starting to slip off, and her face was not recognizable. There was a very large amount of bug activity located all over her body as well.
When Ms. Ruiz was discovered and recovered, was the medical examiner's office ultimately notified?
Yes.
Did they arrive on scene?
Yes.
And did they ultimately have Ms. Ruiz removed from the scene?
Yes.
Did you touch the body at all while it was out in this state of decomposition out
No.
near the shrubs?
Sorry. No.
What did you do after you photographed Ms. Ruiz in this state?
The medical examiner responded and took custody of the decedent. The area was searched once the body had been removed and additional photographs were taken. And then the scene was cleared once our investigation was complete.
Now, did you ultimately wind up attending the autopsy of Ms. Ruiz as well?
Yes.
Obviously, same purpose that you attended Ms. Melton's autopsy.
Yes.
And when you attended Ms. Ruiz's autopsy, did you also collect bloodstain cards?
I did.
And that also direct your attention to when you processed that vehicle, did you also collect and take a blood sample swab of that vehicle as well?
Yes, multiple swabs were collected.
Judge, let the record reflect on showing defense counsel some previously marked states number 32 and 33.
Which one is that? That's 30, 33. Thank you.
Commissioner Approach.
May.
Forum, I'm handing you some previously marked states number 32 and 33. I ask you to take a look at those items. Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are the sealed bloodstain cards collected from the autopsy of Miss Ruiz, as well as the sealed swabs collected from the passenger door of the Versa.
Now, the bloodstain card, is that states exhibit number 32?
Yes, sir.
Is that substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Correct, with the addition of the FDLE lab stickers.
Okay, and once again, that would indicate that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement had reviewed this particular item,
Yes, sir.
and you asked that it be forensically examined?
Correct.
And states exhibit number 33 is what?
The blood sample swabs from the passenger interior door of the Nissan Versa.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with the addition of the FDLE documentation.
And lastly, that's due to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement having reviewed that particular item?
Correct.
And that you having sent it off to Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have it forensically examined?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
Any questions?
Can't think of anything.
Did you yourself or someone under your direction, were there any pictures of tread marks, tire marks, anything?
There were photographs of the tire impressions in the grass leading up to where Miss Ruiz was located. The grass was somewhat tall, it wasn't cut, and so actual impressions that would be able to be cast would not be possible, given that there's impressions mean like sand, so you can actually get an impression. This is grass, so it would just be a visual kind of line that you'd be able to observe.
Did you take any swabs from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were multiple swabs collected from the bumper area of the vehicle.
And what happened to those swabs?
I'm not sure if they were ever tested, but they were collected during the search warrant.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
No questions, Judge, thank you.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, the state would respectfully request that Ms. Forom be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you're released. State can call their next witness.
Judge, state would call Dr. Coyne.
Doctor, if you face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sure. How you doing? I am Dr. Thomas Coyne, C-O-Y-N-E.
Dr. Coyne, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical examiner. I am the current chief medical examiner in District 2, Tallahassee.
I'd like to direct your attention to October of 2019.
Sure.
Where were you working at that time?
I was the deputy chief medical examiner here at District 21.
Would you please describe your training and educational background for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that allows you to do the work that it is that you do?
Sure. Started out first with medical school. I completed my MD at Robert Wood Johnson Medical School or Rutgers University. At that same time, I also completed a PhD in toxicology and pharmacology. I then went on for a general residency in pathology or anatomic pathology at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania. At that same time, I completed a fellowship training or subspecialty training in neuropathology. After that, I went to the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office for training in forensic pathology. So right now, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
All right. It's a lot of pathologies. Could you please describe for us what pathology is?
Sure, it's a branch of medicine, as internal medicine and sort of general medicine. Pathologists work behind the scenes. We have the same training as other physicians, but our job really is to determine or identify disease in tissues or in a deceased person. And we use our knowledge as a physician as well as other tools such as the autopsy procedure. We use our microscope to do histology to look at the tissues themselves, and other tests like microbiology testing or genetic testing. And together we put all that information together with other physicians, hopefully to either identify your disease if you were in a hospital, or in my case as a forensic pathologist, to determine cause and manner of death.
You just anticipated my next question. What exactly is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology takes all the tools that you learn as a pathologist, and we also study how injuries occur, so mechanisms of injury, how force creates injury, whether it's a blunt force or a sharp type force. We also learned about gunshot injuries, environmental injuries like fire and chemical injury. We have training in toxicology. We learned about the process of decomposition. And we use all of that, again, to figure out how a person dies.
Brings me to my next question. Anatomical pathology is what?
That's just general pathology.
And when we're talking about neuropathology, what are we referring to?
That's specifically pathology of the brain.
How long would you say that you've been a doctor?
11 years now. Well, since 2009, a doctor, but training as a forensic pathologist for 11 years. They go by so fast.
How many years have you been in medical examiner?
11 years.
All right. So in that time, can you tell us approximately how many autopsies that you've gone ahead and performed?
Ooh, it's approaching 4,000 now.
Now, back in October of 2019, you indicated that you were the deputy chief medical examiner here in Lee County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
I did.
In general, could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the purpose of conducting an autopsy?
Sure. An autopsy, ultimately, it's to determine the cause and manner of death. But an autopsy is a procedure in which I examine a deceased person initially, much like I would a person who walks into an office, to see your physician. You start with examining the person externally, making note of normal body features, their body habitus, and then begin working to see if there are any unusual features like congenital defects or injuries. You catalog everything you see externally, and then you work internally, examining all the internal body cavities to, again, look for normal features as well as any signs of disease or injury. You add to that any microscopy or histology, looking at their tissues under the microscope. You sample their bodily fluids or tissues to do toxicology testing. And then you take all that data together and you hopefully arrive at a cause and manner of death.
Would you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen the difference between cause and manner of death?
Sure. Cause of death is what actually led you to die on that particular day. So, for instance, let's say if you had heart disease and you had a heart attack. Well, physicians, we call that a myocardial infarction. So our cause of death would be myocardial infarction due to coronary artery disease, and that's your cause of death. And in that case, your manner of death would be natural. Whereas, let's say if you died in a car accident and you had head trauma, and perhaps maybe your cause of death is traumatic brain injury due to a motor vehicle accident, then your manner of death would be accident. In Florida, we have 5 manners of death. There's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then lastly, undetermined.
All right. Now, let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz. Did you perform that on the 11th of October of 2019?
Yes.
Would you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. The body was transported to our office under homicide protocol. So it was in a body bag that was sealed with a lock. So the first thing we did was unseal that lock, open the body bag, and begin examining the body in its natural state, that is wearing clothing, sort of slowly documenting the clothing the person was wearing, removing the clothing from that person, placing that aside for additional photography, and then moving in towards examining the body.
What injuries did you note, if any, on the external examination of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. Most notably, so she was in the stages of putrefactive decomposition. So her tissues were being decomposed and degrading. She had some evidence of animal or scavenging activity on her body as well. And so portions of her ears and nose were removed already, most likely by avian scavengers. But I could see externally, first and foremost, that she had fracturing of the nasal bone. She also had a laceration underneath her left breast. She also had bruising or hemorrhaging in the skin on both sides of the left and right sides of the body.
Was that the extent of the external injuries that you observed on?
The most significant external. There was, of course, a lot of significant internal injuries.
And did you document all of these
Well,
by way of
I
photograph?
apologize. She also had, what I didn't talk about was bruising on the back of her left forearm, bruising on the back of her left hand. I can also see that she had a fracture of the fourth finger, the proximal part of the fourth finger, and she also had some bruising on her right arm as well.
After you noted these external injuries, did you ultimately document those particular injuries
Yes.
by way of a photograph?
I did, yeah.
Now, before we get into the internal examination, did you also document the internal examination by and through photography as well?
Yes.
So, if I may approach defense counsel, Judge.
You may.
I'm showing them what's previously marked. Stacy Zimmer 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30G, and 30H.
You may.
Back in order. Judge, can we approach?
You can. Actually, it might be a good time to just take a quick break. I'll send you all back to the jury room.
These, those three, Judge.
Okay.
Out of, we
Approach.
feel they're unduly prejudicial, violation of 94-3.
Thank you. Okay.
First one,
Which 30?
30.
Okay.
I think the maggots are over doing the photograph, and then the other two were injected too also.
Okay. Just on 403. Okay. State.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Judge, I'd like to direct the court's attention to McWater versus State. It's 36 Southern 3rd, 613, cited at Supreme Court case in 2010. I'd like to direct the court's attention specifically to its analysis, which is directly on point in this particular case. It essentially discusses the condition of Judge McWaters talks about the test
Just
for
direct me which page, column, and paragraph.
page 21, Judge,
Thank you.
at the bottom right-hand side of the page. Test for admissibility of photographic evidence is relevance, not necessity. In this particular case, Judge, the trial court did not abuse its discretion in allowing the admission of the autopsy photographs. They upheld the admission of the photographs when they were offered to explain a medical examiner's testimony, the manner of death, the location of the wounds, or to demonstrate the heinous, atrocious, or cruel factor. The court cites England versus State, held that the court did not abuse its discretion permitting medical examiner to testify using autopsy photographs depicting the victim's head, torso, and hands in moderately decomposed state with extensive discoloration, skin sloughing off, and insect larvae on the wounds. This court held that the photographs were relevant to establish the manner and cause of death and the HAC aggravator. In this particular case, Judge, those photographs depict exactly that, and states respectfully requesting this court to overrule defense counsel's objection. Additionally,
So,
Judge,
okay, and let me ask you this, so Mr. Gardner, on the exhibits that the defenses object to, 30, 30A, and 30B, what is the probative value you're seeking to elicit from the testimony of the doctor in regards to those specific pictures?
if I can take a look at those once again, Judge, I'm happy to explain it to you. Judge, as it relates to State's Exhibit number 30, clearly we have a photograph that depicts the decomposition of the face as well as the hair of Ms. Ruiz at the time, which also depicts the damage to the nasal passage, which depicts the wound that was inflicted upon her at the time.
Let me see that. I'll just look at them as you get there. Thank you.
State's Exhibit number 30A, Judge, depicts an overall photograph of Ms. Ruiz from the waist up, depicting the damage and laceration to the under the left breast. And under 30B, that is a close-up of the laceration underneath the left breast.
Okay.
Which also indicates the state in which she was found at the time, which Mr. Wilson left her underneath the shrub and trees there on Northwest 4th Avenue. It also dictates the violent nature of the wounds that were inflicted upon her at the time. And clearly, Judge, it clearly goes to not only manner and cause of death, but it also assists the medical examiner in talking about the heinous, atrocious, and cruel manner in which Ms. Ruiz died.
Okay. Your response to that?
I'm not sure the relevancy of the HAC at this point. I don't think that's a relevant consideration. It may, Dr. Coyne may need to be recalled as part of the penalty phase if that's where the state's going. But at this point, I think that for purposes of the guilt phase, those photographs are their probativeness is outweighed by their unfair prejudice.
Judge, in our indictment, we've gone ahead and alleged that not only was Miss Diana Ruiz strangled, but we've also shown that she died as a result of blunt force injuries. These photographs clearly depict that. They're clearly relevant, and they clearly outweigh the prejudicial nature. Judge, while we understand that they're prejudicial, they're not unfairly prejudicial to the defense. They're clearly more probative than not.
Can I see the other photographs
Absolutely.
that you don't object to?
I'd also point out that there were over 100 photographs that were taken of Ms. Ruiz during the course of her autopsy, and we've narrowed those down substantially to just these.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
I've reviewed the photographs, specifically 30, 30A, 30B, as well as the other photographs, which are not objected to at this point, which is 30C, (30E), 30F, 30G, and 30H. The court does find that there are proposed, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? In 30A, 30B, and 30, there are different perspectives of the autopsy that they do show different injuries to the body, that their probative value is not substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
On all three.
All three of
Thank
30, 30A, and 30B. Okay. Are we bringing the jury back in, or you need a?
No.
Okay. Thought you were looking at me like you needed a break.
No, they were already out, so I figured we'd take a break, but
Okay.
No, that's okay.
If you need to, we can. But okay. Are we ready to bring the jury back in then? So other than that objection, well, I'll let you do it in front of the jury. Let's bring the jury back in. All right, please be seated. Mr. Carter,
Thank you. May I approach?
you may.
Dr. Point, I'm handy with the increasing market stakes examiner of 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30F, 30G, and 30H.
Okay,
I see, take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
I do. So these are all photographs that were taken on the day of the autopsy in the morgue here in Fort Myers.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the autopsy conducted upon Ms. Diana Ruiz when you conducted it back on that day?
Yes, they do.
Judge, they moved all those items in evidence at this time.
Very well. And your previous objection is noted. Other than that, any other objections?
On this list, there was an F. I don't recall an F on the initial.
I'll let you take a look.
Right, but you just said.
I'll let you all walk over and show them what you're. Okay. All right. Other than that previous objection, which is still noted, any other objection?
No,
All right. They'll be admitted.
no additional objections.
Yes, I understand.
Permission to approach, Judge?
You may. You may.
Dr. Coyne, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the face of the decedent taken on the autopsy table. You can see here.
Could we have that identified, which exhibit that is, please?
It's 30.
Yeah, because we can't see the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you.
And the picture shows the exposed nasal bone, which you can see is fractured.
And we look at State's Exhibit number 30A.
Sure, this is a view of the body again, lying supine on the autopsy table. This gives a view of the neck and torso. And here you can see under the left breast there is a horizontal laceration.
In 30B, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a more closer view of that same laceration under the left breast.
Now, Doctor, when we are looking at the particular photographs, when a body is in a state of decomposition, what is the body doing at that point in time?
Sure. So all of our body is covered with bacteria and lined with bacteria. And so when you die, the ability of your immune system to protect you against those bacteria stops. And so that bacteria basically multiply and travel throughout your body, literally consuming your tissues. And so that is the process of putrefaction that we are seeing here. At the same time, too, because you are deceased, the enzymes in your body, as they're being released from your cells, will also aid or add to that process.
And is there also a series of bloating that occurs as well?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
That happens because the bacteria that are present within our gut that travel throughout our body are anaerobic bacteria, so they will produce gases like methane and hydrogen sulfide during the process of putrefaction.
Now, directing your attention back to the screen here at 30C, what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
So this is a photograph now of the decedent on her stomach, and you're looking at her back and the back of her head. Her arms are up in the air. So her right arm is present, and although you see discoloration, within that area of discoloration is actual bruising or contusions of the back of the right arm as well as on the right forearm. She has bruising or contusions on the bilateral upper back regions, or the trapezius muscles, which are in that area. And you can see on the left side there's some red-purple discoloration, which is also contusions.
And would you please step down, if you would be so kind as to point exactly what it is that you're talking about with regards to the various contusions?
You have to speak up loud because there's not a microphone there.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, here is the right arm, and here is drying or desiccation of the skin. But you can see here there's this red-purple discoloration, which is the hemorrhage or bruising. And she also has that mixed within this area of dry here on her forearm. You can also see here now, looking at the back, this area right here and here, which is that same contusions or hemorrhage. Because when you reflect the skin, when you're doing the internal examination, you can actually see the hemorrhage within the fat tissue underneath the skin, letting you know that it's real hemorrhage and not just artifact of decomposition.
Now, on this particular photograph, closer to the left-hand side in the upper left, we note that there's an extremely darker discoloration. Is that discoloration that relates to a tattoo, or is that related
this area
to
here.
actual hemorrhage to the body?
This area right here is a tattoo.
And what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 30D, would that be an up-close photograph of that particular tattoo?
Yes, it is.
Now, doctor, before you go anywhere, you indicated that you conducted the internal examination of Miss Diana Ruiz.
Yes, it is.
What did you find as it relates to any type of internal exam or injuries to Diana Ruiz?
Sure. So the internal examination of this case, involved reflecting the skin of the neck, as well as the skin of the chest and the abdomen. In particular, we were able to see that there was hemorrhage on the right side of the neck within the fat tissue, as well as the large muscle here on the right side of our neck called the sternocleidomastoid muscle. In addition, we have a bone in our neck, a free-floating bone called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone. The left side of that bone was fractured. That bone sits just above our thyroid cartilage, so in men we have the Adam's apple more prominent than in females, but you also have the same thyroid cartilage. The top of that thyroid cartilage has two horns, and those horns sit right below that hyoid bone in her neck. These two horns were fractured. As well, she had a large number of rib fractures. So she had fractures to the 1st through 11th ribs of both the lateral and posterior aspects of the torso. She also had some anterior rib fractures. This photo here is a picture of the neck. As you can imagine, the head is here.
Hold on one second. What exhibit is that?
That would be State's Exhibit number 30D, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It says F.
F, 30F.
30. My apologies, 30F.
You can see this is, if I make a Y incision on the body here, I'm pointing to it on my torso, and I reflect the skin backwards. That is what we're seeing here. And this is the neck. You can see that hemorrhage I was referring to in the soft tissue or fat tissue, as well as within the muscle.
How much pressure, or what would it take to cause that kind of damage?
I'd say probably far greater than 10 to 15 pounds of pressure, because you have also a corresponding fracture of the hyoid bone and the tracheal cartilage.
You indicated the hyoid bone as well as the...
Here is the thyroid cartilage, and I don't know if you want to show the figure number, but
That's going to be State's Exhibit number 30G, Your Honor.
if we all can feel that on the front of our neck right here, that ridge. So this is the front, this is the back, and these two horns are fractured. And here's our trachea right here, our airway. That's the hyoid bone, which sits right above this, and you can see there's hemorrhage on the left side of the hyoid bone, which shows it's fractured. You can see the hemorrhaging there, and hemorrhaging down there. And there's the fracture right there.
You made mention in State's Exhibit number 30E that I'm showing you here, that you noted that there were several rib fractures.
So this is now a picture after the skin of the body has been reflected. We've removed all the internal organs, and now you're looking, here's the spine, and here are the posterior aspects of the ribs. This hemorrhage here on both sides corresponds to all of the rib fractures. And you can see these little gaps here. These are the actual fractures on both sides, and there are fractures in rib numbers 1 through 11 on both sides.
Now, as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 30E, you indicated that there are multiple rib fractures. Is that on just one side, or is it front and back?
So on the back, there are 1 through 11, and then if you can imagine, the ribs kind of curve around. The lateral aspects also have similar fractures, which are not as well visualized here. You can see some of those fractures in here.
So essentially, when we're referring to multiple fractures, we're essentially looking at 2 sets of fractures on one side and 2 sets of fractures on the other side. Is that fair?
That's correct.
What kind of force would cause multiple fractures such as those?
A significant compressive type force, because if you can imagine, the body's laying on the ground and my hands are the ribs, because of the top of the ribs and the bottom ribs. You have fractures in the top, lateral aspects, and the bottom. So it's more or less a compressive force that caused all those fractures together. So a significant weight bearing down, or force bearing down upon the body.
You'd like to take the stand again, Doctor? So would you say that, I don't know, an automobile driving over a body could cause that kind of?
That would certainly cause that, yeah.
I'm going to also show you 30H.
That's,
Recognize that?
yeah, it's a photo of a ring that we obtained during the autopsy, removed from the body of the autopsy.
And that's one that was taken, 30I, that was also previously admitted?
That's correct, yep,
taken from-
also removed it.
Now, doctor, when we're talking about damage to the thyroid cartilage as well as to the tracheal aspect of the throat, could you tell us approximately what it is that would cause that kind of damage?
Those are the types of injuries that we classically see in strangulation, where a person will place pressure across another person's neck, whether it is using a ligature or even using a hand by grasping the neck very firmly and squeezing down upon those structures.
And does it take a tremendous amount of force in order to cause fractures to those particular items?
The fractures, yes.
Now, the hemorrhaging that you saw in the neck area underneath, how much damage or pressure would you say would have caused that?
For the type of bleeding you see there, less pressure than it takes to fracture a bone. But the pressure, the real issue is the pressure it requires to compress the carotid arteries, because ultimately what happens is those carotid arteries that course down the side of our neck takes about 10 pounds of pressure really to compress those. And so if you compress those, you can also, with that same amount of pressure, you're also tearing apart those fine capillaries and small vessels which are in the muscle around those main arteries. So that's causing the hemorrhage you see in there, but it's also compressing those carotids, preventing blood flow to our brain.
Now, given the various contusions and bruising that you saw around the body in your external examination, would those have been consistent with, say, someone who was actively trying to defend themselves?
Certainly the ones, on the arms would be in the distribution that would suggest that, on the backs of the hand and the forearms, which are classically where we say possibly in a defensive type region, where you're trying to parry a blow or protect yourself.
Now, when we're talking about strangulation and someone is attempting to strangle an individual, how long would it take for someone to ultimately wind up dying as a result of that?
It doesn't take much to cause a person to pass out. Probably 15 to 20 seconds of a hold around the neck, as you can imagine from people that have a sleeper hold, or you've seen it in videos or movies, and that's real. In other words, it's the lack of blood flow to the head The real issue is if you maintain that. If you release the pressure at that point in time, a person will return or regain consciousness. If you hold that pressure there for a greater period of time, probably beyond 30 seconds, you may not actually have a return to consciousness because the lack of blood flow to the brain was persistent. And that's really the issue. You know, and in her case, too, the question I have, obviously you have these injuries, and then you have the other injuries, the compressive injuries. You have hemorrhage in the back of the neck on the spinous processes, or as you can feel here, the big prominent one back here is called C7. There is C5, C6, and C4. All those vertebrae, or the bones of her spine, have hemorrhage around them. The other thing is there was actual hemorrhage around the membrane between the first and the second cervical vertebrae. And so what that tells me is that there was a significant force that went through that region while she was alive, because had she not been alive, I wouldn't have seen hemorrhage in those regions. And why that's notable for me is because that part of your spinal cord, as it goes upwards into our brainstem, is responsible for our ability to breathe. So we're sitting here breathing in, breathing out, not thinking about it. That part of our brain controls that involuntary activity, and so if a significant force is pushed through that region, you could also cause a person to stop breathing or die as well. So you have those two injuries occurring most likely while she was alive, therefore creating injuries that have a hemorrhage.
So in other words, she would have been aware of the fact that she was in the process of dying at that time.
She very well could have been, yes.
Could she have also been aware of the fact that she could have been strangled, could have come and still been breathing, and ultimately then sustained the blunt force trauma that she sustained to her ribcage?
It's quite possible, yes.
You don't know the order in which those injuries happened, do you, doctor?
I do not.
Okay. So can one have those multiple rib fractures and then ultimately be strangled, or vice versa?
Yes.
Could Diana Ruiz have survived these?
Given the severity of the injuries to the neck, I would say no.
And doctor, did you also fill out a death certificate in this particular case?
I did.
You may.
Doctor, I'm handing you this increasing market case exhibit 31. After take a look at that.
I do. This is a Florida State Certificate of Death.
And is that a certified copy?
Yes, it is.
Is that at this time, Judge, the state would move Stacy Zimmer 31 into evidence?
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Now, doctor, at the time that you were at the District 21 Medical Examiner's office back in October of 2019, as a deputy chief, did you also supervise the autopsy of a Miss Christine Melton?
I was involved in that, yes.
Could you please describe for us what your involvement was as it relates to that particular case?
Sure. At that time, I was the deputy chief medical examiner, and so it was very common for me to interact with all of the associate medical examiners at the office at the time. They were all younger than me, a little less experienced, and so I would very often talk with them daily about their cases. I would always go into the back in the morgue to see what cases were there that day, to see if the associate medical examiners had any questions, just to discuss their plan of attack, if you will, how they would approach a case. So that was something I did on this day with Dr. Hernandez, who was the primary doctor on the case.
Did you also have active involvement in the examination of Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I did observe all of those injuries. Yep.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you note were of any concern to you?
Sure. I mean, well, certainly, just looking externally, you can see that she had a large number of bruises on her body, on her face, a swollen eye, contusions around the eye, contusions around the mouth. She had bruising all over her torso, all over her arms. So it was suggested that she had blunt trauma. And being a young person, you always wonder if whether or not that could be, the cause of a person's death. And so similar to the injuries we describe here, when Noelle did the internal examination, you can see that there was a significant amount of hemorrhaging on both sides of the neck, within both, skeletal muscles of the neck. She also had bruising in her scalp, all over her scalp, as well as within the subscalp muscles. So again, showing significant blunt force trauma. Also, if I can continue, what was notable about this case was when she did the internal examination, she also saw that there was contusions of her internal organs as well. So forces that were directed to the outside of the body also went inward. And so she had bruising or contusions of the lungs. She had a contusion of the liver. She also had contusions on the back of her bladder, as well as contusions to her colon, indicating that there was a significant force to the abdomen as well.
Now, as a result of having observed the external as well as the internal examination of Ms. Melton, did you also conduct an examination of her brain?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what did that examination reveal to you?
Sure. I mean, it was a structurally normal brain, so there wasn't anything congenitally wrong, any brain masses or anything that would cause a person to die. But the interesting thing that I did see was the brain was swollen, or edematous, and that to me fits with the injuries you observe on her scalp and around her head. It suggests that there was an underlying concussive trauma, because a brain can swell if a person is deprived of oxygen, but it needs time to have that process to occur. So if a person, let's say, you cut off oxygen or blood flow to a person's brain, and then you let them recover, that brain will swell. But if a person dies from injuries, and in this case, more than likely, she was asphyxiated from strangulation, she would have died, not allowing the brain to swell because of that process. And so it suggests to me that that swelling occurred prior to that, probably from concussive trauma to her head.
And did you ultimately concur with the doctor as it relates to her findings that Ms. Melton died as a result of asphyxiation?
Yes.
No further question for this witness.
Just a couple of questions up ahead.
Yes.
Doctor, let's go back to Ms. Ruiz. I'm a little bit confused here. You can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty as to what order these injuries occurred, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's entirely possible that she was unconscious from the strangulation at the time she incurred the injury to her neck and the ribs were broken.
It's possible.
Now, the injury to the neck, were vertebrae actually cracked or broken?
No, you just had hemorrhage around there, which
Okay. So there was pressure around that area?
a force, that had gone through there. Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, is that part of the strangulation process? Is that an independent trauma that the back of the neck was exposed to?
It could be a part of it's in the general region. So in other words, if I stretched my hands from the front all the way around the back, those vertebrae are in that general region, right? If you had a force wrapped around the neck. But you also have hemorrhage that goes deeper into the upper back muscles. And then you have those rib fractures that continue on behind that. So it's likely that that also occurred from that large force upon the body.
It sounds to me like your earlier testimony that the cause of death, or primary cause of death, was not necessarily from the rib fractures or from the asphyxiation, but was related more to the damage to the neck in the back?
Well, not necessarily. You have multiple injuries here, all of which could cause death, right? So take everything else out. The rib fractures alone would prevent normal chest excursion, really limiting a person's ability to breathe normally, right? So that certainly could cause death.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me just talk to that.
Yeah, sure.
She couldn't breathe. She may not have been able to breathe normally, but she still might have been able to breathe.
But again, like I said, those injuries if left unattended. You're asking me, did I only think that this could have caused death? No, there's other injuries that could have caused death. That's why I have my cause of death more generalized.
Okay. But once again, you can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty that she was conscious at the time that she sustained any of these other injuries.
I could not know.
With regard to Ms. Melton, she didn't have the same injuries around her vertebrae, did she?
No.
She didn't have any broken bones?
No.
You mentioned that there was blunt force trauma, evidence of blunt force trauma to the head because there was hemorrhaging under the scalp,
That's correct.
but you couldn't see the hemorrhaging on the scalp itself, could you?
It's quite common that you don't know.
Okay. So, but I mean, I don't really understand. Well, that's what happens. I'm a lawyer, you're a doctor, so you explain these things to me. Somebody hits me on the arm, I get a bruise on my arm. All right, and that comes to the surface, and you can see that. How is it that you can get a contusion to your head where you can't see the bruising on the head, you can only see it underneath the scalp?
It's actually far more common than you think. Very common in injuries to the body. First of all, when you get a bruise or a contusion to the skin, it's because there's a rapid deformation or compression of the skin with a shear effect that causes a tearing of those capillaries in the skin. So it all really depends upon the level or surface at which that tearing occurs. If it occurs immediately beneath the skin, you're going to see bruising in the skin itself, right? Blows to the body. Very often you don't see bruises. Why? Because you don't have a bone immediately beneath the surface of the skin, so you're not compressing that skin rapidly against a structure causing tearing. So more common than not, you'll see nothing on the outside, but you'll see bruising on the inside to our internal organs, which we saw in this case. Now on the head, same thing. The head's a curved structure. If you have a glancing blow, you may not actually get a direct impact of the tissue causing rapid deformation and tearing of the vessels under the skin, but it may be more of a shear strain that causes the tearing of the blood vessels underneath the skin as scalp, skin, and fat move against each other like this. The blood vessels that course through there get torn, and that leads to bleeding in the tissues underneath. So very common, more common than you think, and as a matter of fact, it's very common for me to reflect the skin and see a greater bruise underneath the skin than I see on the outside of the skin.
Okay, well, and that brings us to a point, too. You see a greater bruise underneath the skin than you do on the surface of the skin, yet we would expect to see some bruising on the surface of the skin if it is blunt force trauma from, like, being hit with a hard, solid object.
Possible, but not necessarily.
Okay.
Much more common in younger persons to not see bruising. And that's classic throughout the pediatric literature.
All right. But you did say you saw hemorrhaging underneath the scalp, but you didn't see any fractures of any of the skull or anything like that.
No.
All right. So it wasn't trauma such that it would have cracked the skull.
No.
And we didn't have any. You already told us she didn't have any injury directly to the vertebrae. She had no cracked vertebrae or anything like that. No, and no injuries to the spinal column.
Not that we were to see. No.
The injury to the head, could it have been from the same or similar compression that you had in the neck area? It didn't necessarily have to be a blow. It could have just been compression.
No, it would have compression to the neck would cause hypoxia or lack of blood flow. And if the decedent was alive long enough, then sure. But more than likely, me seeing just a generalized swelling of the brain, something I very often see in concussive head trauma.
Okay. Once again, with Ms. Melton, you can't tell us with any degree of scientific certainty how long she was conscious at the time she expired.
I could not know.
I don't have further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. You can step down.
Sure, thank you.
The state calls Shana Williamson.
Yes. If you just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in. That's okay, right there.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right, let me take this.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Shana Williamson,
Ms. Williamson, where are you employed?
Benson and Associates Interior Design.
How long have you been employed with them?
10 years.
I want to show you State's Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Does this exhibit show the interior design firm where you work?
Yes, our building is to the left, and we had a design library in the building on the right.
So if I'm pointing to where the silver car is this part of the building there?
Yes, that's our office.
And then this area to the right of that, is that the,
That's a separate rental.
okay, so that's not yours?
The gray building on the right is the design library.
Over here?
Yes.
Okay. And which door is it?
It was the far right door. I'm not sure if you can see the door
All the way
right there.
over to behind this tree somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. And are those still your offices today?
The building on the left is, yes, but the building on the right no longer is our office.
Okay. And you're still employed there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what exhibit number that is, please?
Sure. It's State's Exhibit 19.
Thank you.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
What time did you get to work?
Probably 7:15, 7:30 a.m.
Now, did anything happen once you arrived to work?
I was in the office, and we had a design librarian at the time in the building to the right, and she was in there. She called us from the phone to the office on the other side, and she said, there's a commotion next door. Someone has hit one of my coworkers' cars, looks like a fender bender, and there's an argument. You guys should lock the doors and not come out. And
Did you, so again, your coworker had to call because she's in the gray building and you're over in the other building?
correct.
When she told you to lock the doors because of the commotion, did you lock the doors?
No,
What did you do?
I went outside. I thought there was some type of a fender bender, so I wanted to go out and get insurance information for my coworker.
What did you see when you got outside?
As I was walking out the building, the girls in the office were telling me not to go outside because they had seen someone hit our neighbor next door, Mila. So I ran out there, and as I turned the corner, Mila was up on the second level, and there was a man up there with her, kind of grabbing her by the throat, and they were having an altercation.
Okay. And you said Mila was your neighbor. Did you know her well?
No,
Just somebody that you knew in passing?
right?
And what color was Mila's hair at the time?
Blonde.
So when you got outside, they were already upstairs on that second level?
Second level balcony.
Where were they at when you observed the man with his hand on her neck?
Second level balcony.
Okay, so were they, I'm just going to point to the picture here. Were they closer to the stairs or more over
They
toward
were
her spa?
farther to the right on the second level.
And the man that you saw with his hand on her neck, could you describe what observations you made of him?
Tall, was not wearing a shirt, was being very aggressive with her.
Okay. And you say he's being aggressive. Could you just describe to the jurors what it was that you saw that caused you to determine he was acting aggressively?
Yeah, when I walked around the corner, I had heard the girls in the office say, "Oh my God, he hit her." And as I walked around, I could see him holding her up against the window, and she was screaming, saying, "Help, he's trying to kill me." And I saw that, immediately shouted, "Stop, let her go, what are you doing?" And he turned around and saw me, and I think it caused an interruption. She was able to get away.
So when he has his hand on her neck and she's yelling, "Help, he's trying to kill me," what type of voice was she yelling in?
Screaming.
Did she seem terrified?
Yeah, very scared.
When you yelled at him, describe what he did.
He turned around and he was, in a way, defending himself. I believe he said, "She hit me first," or I know he was trying to kind of defend his actions, basically.
So when you yelled at him, did it cause him then to turn around and engage with you?
Right.
Once he engaged with you, was she able to get away?
Yeah, so I was saying, "Run, like, come, run." So she was able to run down the hallway, down the stairs, and my coworkers were in the building at the time. The door you can see on the left there, they unlocked that door, and we both went inside that door and locked it.
And the
behind us.
door that you're talking about, is it the one by the car?
Correct.
So you told her to run, she was able to run in, and then you locked the door?
Right.
And did you keep it locked then until law enforcement came?
We did.
Did you ever see the man that was strangling her again at that moment?
No, we did not see him again.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
At this time, the state tenders a witness.
Okay.
And from your angle, how close did you get to the two of them?
I was standing probably about where that silver car was, a little bit to the right, maybe.
The one on the left of the photo?
Correct.
And where were they?
They were on the second level balcony.
In the building in the back?
The building in the back.
Did you ever see him hit her?
I did not. I don't recall seeing him hit her.
Okay. Thank you.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, and ask that she be excused.
All right. You can step down. Any objection to her being excused?
Objection.
You're excused. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge, say we call Officer Tim McCormick.
All right, sir. You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you take a stand. You may proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
My name's Timothy McCormick. I was a police officer at City of Fort Myers.
How long were you an officer with the City of Fort Myers?
Just over 15 years.
Back in October of 2019, were you a police officer at that time?
Yes, I was.
And how long had you been working as a police officer at that time?
Just under 13 years, I believe.
And what were you doing, what were your duties and roles as the police officer back in 2019?
At that time, I was a senior patrol officer, and I was on alpha shift and assigned to patrol.
What's a senior patrol officer do, sir?
Basically, we respond to calls for service, assist the public in any way, shape, or form, and protect and serve the city of Fort Myers.
When you say alpha shift, what do you mean?
That's the assigned shift. Shifts are broken into 12-hour periods, and I was on the alpha shift from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Now, specifically directing your attention to the 7th of October of 2019, were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation involving a battery that occurred at a spa known as Mila's Spa, involving a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I did.
And what was the extent of your involvement in that particular case?
I was called to the scene of a reported battery on West First Street in front of the Mila Spa. Upon arrival with other officers, we made contact with the victim.
And was the investigation ultimately turned over to an officer to conduct that?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do in response to turning that investigation over to that officer?
I turned the investigation over to the officer, and I patrolled the area to see if the identified subject would possibly still be in the area.
And were you able to locate him?
Not at the initial time, no.
At what time were you able to locate him?
I was contacted by an acquaintance and said that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you receive information with regards to the whereabouts of a individual who later became known to you as Mr. Wade Wilson?
yes, I did.
And when you received that information, what did you do in response?
I responded to the area and looked for the described and the person that I had identified as Wade Wilson by his driver's license photo and the photo in the LCSO records.
And when you say you went to a specific location, which location was that?
It was Joe's Crab Shack on West First Street.
And when you made contact with that individual at Joe's Crab Shack, were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
What exactly is a body cam?
A body-worn camera is a camera that all police officers issue, and the standard policy at Fort Myers Police Department, as most police departments, is that as soon as you as soon as you get the call, you activate your body camera. Also in our cars, we have an automatic system where if you turn on the overhead lights, it automatically starts your body camera.
And were you wearing a body camera on that particular date and time?
Yes, I was.
Judge, let the record reflect on between defense counsels previously marked in states number 34 and 35.
Is it 34 and 35?
Yes, Your Honor. Approach.
You may.
McCormick, I'm showing you some previously marked in states number 34. I ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that appear to be?
That appears to be the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the parking lot there at Joe's Crab Shack?
Yes, it does.
And I'm also handing you with some previously marked in states number 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the recording of my body cam.
Okay. And does that body cam fairly and accurately depict your interaction with Mr. Wilson on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, by my initials, it does. You showed it to me in your office, and I initialed it.
Okay. And it's essentially the same or similar conditions when you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge, the state will move states number 34 and 35 into evidence at this time.
Objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 34. That is, in fact, the parking lot there of Joe's Crab Shack.
That is.
Where in relationship to Mila's Spa is Joe's Crab Shack?
It's, if you're sitting in the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack as it's depicted, and your car was backed into a spot, say next to the white car right there. If you look to your left across the street is where Mila Spa would be.
Now, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, could you please describe what his demeanor was like?
He was He seemed nervous, and when I spoke to him, he seemed a little defensive and uncooperative.
Did you know what anything he was wearing at the time?
He was shirtless, and I remember he was wearing a pair of pants that seemed to didn't fit him at the time.
And do you see the person that you made contact with there at Joe's Crab Shack in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right, and he's wearing a suit with a black tie.
Judge, will let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant as well.
Okay.
Permission to publish the video, Judge?
You may.
How you doing? What's going on, man? You're waiting on your girlfriend? Oh, okay. That's no problem. No, I got a call. Somebody was sitting in their car and everything like that. So. Oh, okay. She's on her way now. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. L41 to bike 5. ETA? Copy on 1012. I'll explain it to you when my partner gets here, okay? Yeah. About this morning. Say again? Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here.
wait till my partner gets here. L41, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey. Alpha 8, we're all in there. Don't do it. He's in his car. He's attempting to take off. Back up. Yes, please. He's taking off, Fort Myers. Just ran a stop sign going up towards McGregor.
And Mr. McCormick, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, did he appear to understand everything that you were telling him?
Yes.
And was he responding in kind to you?
He was basically denying everything that I was asking him to do.
When you're having a conversation with him, you're giving him certain commands and you're asking questions of him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was he responding appropriately? By appropriately, I mean if one asks you if you had breakfast this morning and one would respond, yes, I had cereal, that would be an example of appropriate response. Was he responding to you appropriately?
Not complying to my commands, but yes, he was responding appropriately.
And when you told him specifically about a battery that occurred that morning, what was his response to you?
That there was no battery.
Okay. And he continued to deny that.
That's correct.
And when you advised him that you were going to detain him, he opted to leave the scene as an alternative choice to what you were telling him. Is that right?
Ultimately, yes, that was the outcome.
Is there anything else in that video that we were not able to understand that you recall specifically that Mr. Wilson had told you?
Not that I recall.
Did you follow, or did you continue to follow him?
I did for a short period of time
Okay. Why did you stop?
because of the time of day and the amount of traffic on the road. It was around lunchtime. It's somewhere there near lunchtime, and the amount of people on the road. At the time, I only had a non-pursuitable offense.
What does that mean?
I only had misdemeanor battery at the time.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, there was no probable cause to continue any type of pursuit or have any other officers try to locate him at the time because of the nature of the offense we were dealing with.
And would that have been the protocol of your office?
Yes, that is.
Okay, fair enough.
Life and safety of the community comes first.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Any questions?
No cross, Judge.
All right. You can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, can we approach?
Okay.
on the part of the state attorney's office, but when we inquired of that gentleman regarding the identification process he went through, he said he checked through the driver's license records, which that's innocuous and harmless, but then he said LCSO, which is Lee County Sheriff's Office records. Our concern is that the jury may infer from that he has a prior criminal history as recorded in Lee County Sheriff's Office records, and in doing so they are now unduly prejudiced because they are aware of a prior criminal history that our client has with that agency.
State?
Judge, the reference to LCSO records is so innocuous that I don't believe that it rises to the level of any type of prejudice whatsoever. LCSO records can mean just about anything, whether it's submitting fingerprints, for identification purposes, whether it's employment records, whether or not it's background check records. It's a lot of different things. There's absolutely nothing to reflect that LCSO records means anything other than the fact that it was just records. The fact that there is any type of criminal connotation attached to it is speculative at best, and we respectfully request the court to deny the objection and Mr. Out this time.
All right, your response?
I have no further argument.
Any authority from either side?
No,
Okay.
sir. I didn't expect that this was going to come up.
Certainly, I understand. All right. Take a short recess. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes.
All right. Back
Yes, go ahead if you want to put something on the record.
Absolutely. Judge, I'd like to direct the court's attention to Ruger versus State. It's cited at 941 Southern 2nd, 1182. It's a Florida 4th DCA case. In this particular case, Judge, the prosecutor had inquired of one of its witnesses how they knew the other person, and the person responded, from my understanding, he just recently got out of prison. The court went on to do an extensive analysis on this particular claim when the defense counsel moved for mistrial, and found that a ruling on a motion for mistrial is obviously within the sound discretion of the trial court, but it's only to be granted when it's necessary to ensure that the defendant reserves a fair trial or receives a fair trial. The court went on to cite a series of cases, Power versus State, 605 Southern 2nd, 856, Florida Supreme Court decision 1992, whereby they held that a witness's statement that he knew some history on the defendant, which apparently referred to the defendant's prior criminal history, was not so prejudicial as to require reversal. And the court emphasized that the reference was isolated and inadvertent and was not focused upon. The court even went so far as to cite a case, Ferguson versus State, 417 Southern 2nd, 639. 417 Southern 2nd, 639. Florida Supreme Court decision in 1982, whereby the witness testified that the defendant knew the person who allegedly orchestrated the killings because, quote unquote, my first time in prison, all three of us was together. Trial court overruled the general objection and denied a motion for mistrial. Supreme Court observed that the statements concerning the prior imprisonment of a defendant may be erroneously admitted, yet not be so prejudicial as to require reversal. Judge, in this particular case, the reference made to LCSO records so innocuous, so mild, that we believe that the comment was so brief and isolated and inadvertent that mistrial is not warranted in this case, and we respectfully request the court to deny the defendant's request for mistrial.
All right. Mr. Shirley?
I don't have any case law to the contrary, Judge.
All right, very well. I have taken the time. It's a significant motion, so I wanted to give it due time and consideration. So I have reviewed applicable case law. I do find that the comment was brief and was inadvertent, that it was not so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial, and so I will deny the motion for mistrial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Sean.
Yes? I'm sorry, what? Oh, there's exhibits that you all left up here on the Miss Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's exhibits you all left up here on the witness stand. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury back in? Miss Miller, are we ready to bring the jury
Yes,
back in? Okay. All right, let's bring it back in.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. And statement call their next witness.
The state calls Fanny Amlin.
All right, good morning. If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Fanny Amlin,
Ms. Amlin, where do you currently live?
Columbus, Ohio.
Did you have a house here in Cape Coral back on October 7th of 2019?
I did, and I still do.
Okay. What is the address of that home?
2227 Northeast First Terrace, Cape Coral.
Were you at that house on October 7th, 2019?
Yes,
Did you leave the house at any point?
yes.
Could you just tell the jurors where you left to go?
We left to go to the airport to go back to Columbus.
What time about did you leave your home?
It was early morning, maybe 8:30. Early, I'm not sure.
When you left your house, was everything picked up and in its place?
Yes,
And were the doors locked?
yes,
And did you plan on having any guests or company staying at your house?
no,
At some time, did you receive a call from detectives once you had gotten to Ohio?
yes,
And did you learn that someone had broken into your home?
we did, yes.
Again, had you given any permission for someone to come
No.
to your home? And did you know the person that they found in your home?
No,
Had you ever spoken to Wade Wilson?
no,
Had you ever seen Wade Wilson?
no,
When he was arrested, he had told detectives he had taken some things from your home. Did you ever give permission for him to take anything
No.
from your home? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibits 36, 37, 37A, 37B as in boy, 37C, 37D as in dog, 37E, 37F, 37G as in girl, 37H, and 37I. Ms. Amlin, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize this exhibit?
yes.
What does this exhibit show?
That's our house.
That's the house that you owned back in 2019 and the house you still currently own?
Right.
Then I'm going to show you the photographs. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize these photographs.
I can't tell what that is.
Let me just put it in perspective here. Goes with these three. The window.
Oh, okay, yes, yes.
All right. Look at those.
This is our kitchen.
Okay, you can just take a look and tell me, and I'll
Judge, we
ask you.
can't.
Yeah, I can't hear what you're saying, so you need to speak
I'm
up.
sorry.
No, not you, ma'am. I'm talking to the attorney.
Yeah, you just look through them, and then I'll ask you some questions about them
Okay.
later.
Okay,
Do you recognize these photographs?
yes,
And do they fairly and accurately represent your home?
yes,
At this time, the state would move exhibits number 36 and 37, and then 37A through I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, be admitted.
All right, Ms. Amlin, is that your home?
yes.
We identified the exhibit.
36?
Thank you.
Then I'm going to start with 37. Is this a window to your home?
Yes,
Now, it appears that there's a pane of glass or some screen that's been removed. Was that removed prior to you leaving for Ohio?
no,
Okay, so there was a screen and glass there when you
Yes.
left. Now I'm showing you 37B, the screen and glass. Are those is that the screen and glass that was part of that window?
yes,
And were those actually broken?
yes,
And did they need to be repaired?
completely.
And how much did the repair cost approximately?
We think about 250. We bought a new window and put it in ourselves.
Okay, so around $250 for that. Then going to the inside of your home, actually I'll stay on the outside, 37A, we see the window and the screen behind that structure. Again, were those there when you left for Ohio?
No,
Going now to the inside of your home, 37C. Do you recognize that backpack or anything on the counter or the stool?
the backpack, yes,
Okay, and whose backpack is that?
that's ours.
Okay, and was that backpack left on the chair before you left? Where was the backpack located?
In the bedroom.
And then what about this, looks like actually pants and shirt and belt that are sitting on the counter?
Those are probably my husband's.
And did your husband leave the belt or shorts or shirt on your kitchen counter?
No,
And if he had, you would have put them away?
right, we don't do that.
Then looking at 37D, that's just a close-up of a hat and backpack. Do you recognize that orange hat?
Not the orange hat,
Okay, but the
the
backpack
black
you mentioned.
backpack, yes.
Now, looking at 37E, that's just the clothing that was set on top of your kitchen counter. Is that clothing, does that belong to your husband?
Not those two, no,
And so you don't recognize those or know where they would have come from?
no,
But again, they weren't there when you left?
no.
Looking at 37F, do you recognize that belt?
Honestly, no. I don't pay too much attention to belts.
All right. And when we look back at, actually, I'm going to just go on to the next one. 37G, did you leave your cupboards open?
No,
37H, it appears there's some White Claw empty cans and some, like a plastic Solo cup. Did you leave those empty cans in your cupboard there?
no,
And did you ever keep White Claw cans in your cupboard in that area?
no,
Then 37I, there are 5 empty cans of White Claw. Are those alcoholic beverages?
yes,
It's like a seltzer.
yes,
And did you and your husband have some drinks before you got on the airplane?
no.
Okay.
Those are in the
And
refrigerator.
so were those White Claws left out empty when you left?
No,
So all these were are different from how you left.
yes. Those are all full and in the refrigerator.
And about how much does White Claw cost?
I think about $15. It did then, probably more now.
Now, did you end up, both you and your husband, give a statement to law enforcement?
When?
Did you just tell them about what happened when they contacted you or that you didn't give him permission?
Oh, yes, I did. I was the only one up.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. The state tenders a witness.
All right.
No cross-examination.
All right, you may step down.
The state calls Stephen Testa. I'd ask that she be excused from her subpoena.
Any objections?
No objection.
Should be released. All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Testa.
Mr. Testa, where are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What type of work do you do?
Window and door replacement.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Melanie.
Do you live in Fort Myers?
No, ma'am.
What city do you live in?
Lakeland.
About how far is Lakeland from Fort Myers?
2 hours.
How old are you, sir?
46.
You know someone by the name of Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Wade Wilson?
He's my son.
How old were you when you found out you were going to be his father?
14 or 15.
How old was his mother at the time?
A year younger than me.
Now, were either of you in a position at that age to be able to raise him?
No, ma'am.
Was he placed up for adoption?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was he adopted by?
Candy and Steve Wilson.
And did they have any connection to you or Wade Wilson's mother?
You mean?
Like how did they?
Oh,
How were they known?
they went to church with Wade's mother's parents.
So that was how they connected and ended up raising Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do they have any other children?
Yes, ma'am. 2 daughters.
And have you spoken with them on numerous occasions?
I've spoken with Candy.
And that's his adoptive mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, did you and Wade Wilson connect?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was Wade Wilson when he connected with you?
18.
And was he wanting to connect with you because you were his biological father?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up attempting to have a relationship with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he seem to want to have a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have phone calls often?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have occasions where you would see each other?
No. I went up and visited him one time in Tallahassee.
Okay. Now, did he often ask you for money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your relationship turn into a situation where he was just asking for your help?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to Monday, October 7th of 2019. Did Wade Wilson get in touch with you through phone call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that he told you when he called?
The first time he said he needed help. He had done something that he couldn't take back.
Did he indicate that he and his girl had gotten into an argument?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was his girl that you were aware of at the time?
I just knew her as Mila.
And did it seem that he wanted your help because of this argument?
Yes, ma'am.
When he called you, were you actually at work?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to really give your attention and time to him to try to help him at that point?
No, ma'am.
So what did you tell him when he was asking for your help?
I just told him to call me back around dinner time. I'd be done working and we'd figure it out.
And did you at some point have a conversation with your wife about him getting in touch with you wanting your help?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the time that he was supposed to call, about what time was he supposed to call back?
I told him around dinner time.
Now, between the time he first called that day and dinner time, did you receive a call from a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that detective looking for your son?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when the detective was looking for your son, did you have any idea at that point of what had happened?
No, ma'am.
Did the detective want you to try to help them get in touch with your son?
She just gave me a number and said if he calls you back, we need to talk to him.
Okay. Now, did he end up calling you later that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he tell you in that call that evening?
The final call?
Nope, the call before the final call.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, I'm a killer. I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story,
So at this point, when he says that there were 2 people that wouldn't be with us and that he was a killer, did you put a lot of weight into that?
No, ma'am.
Do you think he was just telling you a story?
He's a good storyteller.
So did he then call you back a third time?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did he call you back?
It was around 10 o'clock.
I want to go back to that dinner time call. When he talked about these 2 people who were no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
So let's go now to the 10 o'clock call. Again, your wife knew about kind of what was going on during that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he called back at 10, did he go into more details about what he had told you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start with the first girl. If you could tell the jurors, what did he tell you?
He just said he met a girl at a bar. They went back to her house, hung out for a little bit, and then she fell asleep.
What did he say happened after she fell asleep?
He said he got on top of her and choked her.
What name did he call her? Did he refer to her in a derogatory term?
He said, I choked that bitch.
Okay. And what did he say he did after he choked her?
He said he stayed in the house for a little while, and then he rolled her up and was going to try to put her in her trunk, but he couldn't lift her.
Did he say why he was unable to put her in her trunk?
He said that he felt like rigor mortis had started to set in.
And does rigor mortis make your body stiff? You didn't know?
I think so.
So he just told you that that was the reason that he couldn't lift her and get her into her trunk?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he said her trunk, it was the trunk of her car he was going to put her in?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did he tell you he did when he couldn't get her body into her own trunk?
He left her there and took her car.
What did he say about the second girl?
He said he saw her walking down the street and stopped and asked her for, and she got in the car with him.
What did he say happened once she got in the car with him?
He said he reached over and choked her.
And did he tell you that he choked her while he was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did he say happened after he choked her?
He said he was looking for a place to put her body.
Did he find a place where he eventually dumped her body?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about the situation when he got to the place where he was going to dump her body?
He said that he pulled her out of the car and realized that she was still breathing.
So what did he tell you he did when he realized she's still breathing?
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
As he's telling you all these things, what's his demeanor as he's telling you?
He was excited.
When you say excited, what do you mean by that?
I felt like he was wanting me to feel the way he felt about it.
Did he seem proud of it?
Yes.
Did he seem to show any kind of remorse?
No, ma'am.
And was he able to go into great detail about both of these ladies' deaths?
Yes, ma'am.
The second girl that he killed and left in this lot, did he think that she would be found?
No, ma'am.
He seemed to think he did a good job hiding her body.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the whole time that he's telling you these details, is your wife hearing any of these details?
I had the phone on speakerphone.
Now, prior to him telling you these details, how did you feel about turning him in to law enforcement?
I initially wanted to help him.
Did you feel conflicted about giving him over to law enforcement initially?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point when you're talking with him, did that feeling change?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I just thought, what if that was my mom or my daughter or sister or wife? I wouldn't want somebody to do that.
And did you have additional concerns of what might happen if you didn't turn him into law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that, sir?
He would have done it again.
Now, after he's telling you all these details, do you know where he's at when he's telling you these things?
I just knew he was in a house that he broke into when he was running from the police.
Did you know the actual address of this house he broke into?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you were talking to him and you decided that you needed to give the information to law enforcement about his whereabouts, how did you get that address from him?
I told him I was going to send him an Uber, and I needed the address of where he was.
Were you actually going to send him an Uber?
No, ma'am.
And so when you told him that you were going to send him an Uber, did he give you that address?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you then do with the address he gave you?
My wife was messaging with the officer.
Now, is your wife messaging with the officer during the course of these details that he's telling you?
The last part of them.
And so she's relaying what your son's telling you to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Giving them further details?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, this conversation you're having with your son is on October 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in the evening hours?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it your understanding that him going to the bar and meeting the first woman happened the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, when he's giving you all this information and you're giving this information to law enforcement, had the second girl's body been found?
No, ma'am.
And did it strike that? Now, that address you said your wife then gave to law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remain on the phone with your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on the phone with him when law enforcement showed up at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you encourage him to go outside and turn himself in?
I did. I didn't want him to do anything stupid and end up getting killed. So I just told him to put his hands up and just go outside.
I have nothing further and tender this witness. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I do have one more.
Okay.
Do you see your son sitting here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
Dark suit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness is identified. Actually, if you could just give it a little bit more description since there's other people.
White shirt. blue tie, dark suit.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'll let the record reflect that the witness is identified as
Okay. Any questions?
Just briefly, sir. When you were on the phone,
Yes, sir.
he told you he was hiding out from the police in that house.
Yes, sir.
How often had you spoken with him before?
It was sporadic. One month it may be every other day, and I may not hear from him till he needs me again. 6 months, 2 months, whatever. It varied.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further. I'd ask that you be excused from his subpoena.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, you can step down and you're excused.
The state calls Matt Forom.
All right, sir, if you'll approach the clerk, and you can come this way and approach the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take a stand.
Stand quiet, Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Matthew Fordham, detective,
Where are you a detective?
Cape Coral Police Department,
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
since 2006.
What type of training and experience do you have with them?
I went to the police academy in 2006. From there, I was a patrol officer. After patrol, I worked street crimes unit. And then from the street crimes unit, I was assigned to the United States Marshal Service Task Force here in Fort Myers.
And as part of the U.S. Marshals Task Force, is it your job to help detain and arrest various people who are wanted?
Yes,
Were you working on October 7th of 2019?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation to apprehend Wade Wilson?
Yes.
How did you become involved?
I was asked to attempt to locate him.
Okay. And were you able to locate him right away?
Within a few hours, yes.
And were you given an address location based on his conversation with his father?
I was.
Now, was his father able to give you that address where he was staying?
He was.
What did you do when you received that address?
I got with the guys that work on the task force with me, and we coordinated a location in the area to meet up so we could talk about our plan on how we were going to approach the residents.
And about how many people responded to the house where you believed he was at?
It'd be approximately
Sure.
maybe 10 individuals.
Do you have special type of training to respond to these types of situations?
We do.
And how were you dressed that time?
I don't know exactly what I was wearing, but typically we wear a outer vest, and then under that we typically wear jeans and a t-shirt or something casual with markings on it that says U.S. Marshals and Police on the back.
So there's no question that you're with a law enforcement agency.
There's
when you
not.
arrived. Were you able to get anyone to come outside of the house once you were there?
We were, yes.
How were you able to do that?
Various ways. One of them was I didn't make it myself, but there was a telephone call to the residents, and we also used the vehicle PA system.
Did the residents have a landline?
It did.
And so you got that information and someone was able to call and make contact?
They were.
And did Wade Wilson make contact with the person?
He did.
And did he come out right away?
I was informed that he had to speak to his dad one last time, and that he would come out.
And did he speak to his dad one last time?
I'm assuming.
Okay. So about how long after that did he stay in the house?
It wasn't much longer after that.
And then did he come out?
He did.
And once he came out, were there any issues arresting him?
No, no issues at all.
Now, once he came out, did officers go inside the house?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going inside the house?
Typically, it's a protective sweep to make sure that while investigators are on scene, nobody else is inside the house that could harm law enforcement.
When the officers went inside the house, was anyone else present in the home?
No,
Do you see the person that you arrested from that house sitting here in court today?
I do.
And would you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a black tie with a black suit jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant. No further questions. The state tenders a witness.
Did you have contact with our client when he walked out of the house?
I did.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was cooperative with us.
Okay. But there's 10 officers there, right?
Everyone's in a different position. Not all 10 people are in the same spot.
Okay.
There's people on surveillance and everything else.
How many met him when he walked out of the house?
It would have been a contact team. So I was present, and there would have been a few others, approximately 6 individuals probably.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing further from the state. I'd ask that this witness be excused.
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down and you're excused.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's almost noon. I'm going to let you all go and have lunch. Please remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research, look up anything, discuss anything about this case among yourselves or with anybody else. And we'll have you come back here at 1 o'clock. It's 5 till right now. Well, it's actually, I tell you what, yeah, it's 5 till. That's fine. And just leave your notepads there. All right, let the record reflect. Their portion of the case this afternoon.
Yes, I anticipate that it will be no more than 2 hours to complete our case. We have our DNA analyst and then the statement of the defendant.
Okay. And then a couple of things for the defense side. Mr. Wilson, you will have the opportunity potentially, if necessary, for the defense to put on a case, you'll have an opportunity to make a decision whether you want to testify or not testify in this case. You have an absolute right to testify if you want to. You have an absolute right not to testify if you don't want to. No one can make that decision for you. That is a decision that only you can make. You have the advice of attorneys for one decision or the other, but ultimately you have to make that decision. So I would just ask, between now and the time the state rests, that you have time to talk to your attorneys about that, and we'll have a conversation later on where I'll ask if you've made that decision. Yes, Mr. Hollander?
if the state's going to, what, 1 o'clock, 2 hours, about 3 o'clock, are you anticipating the defense going forward today? I thought we were going to go until tomorrow morning.
I don't know why we would not continue on. I mean, it depends. I mean, if you tell me what your situation is, if you have, do you have, other than Mr. Wilson, do you have other witnesses that you would want to present if necessary?
No.
Okay. Then, yes, I think ultimately it depends on how long those witnesses really take. Sometimes it seems like they're taking less time than anticipated. So, anyway, yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to continue on this afternoon if it pans out the way the state's predicting at this point. If for other reason or anything like that, just let the court know. But I just wanted Mr. Wilson to be aware that that decision is something that we'll have to discuss later on today. All right? All right. Thank you. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. right, let the record reflect defense counsel, defendant, and the state are all present. Do we have the jurors back?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready.
Let's bring in the jurors.
Then your statement.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Just by a show of hands of the jurors, was there anybody on the jury who was not able to follow the court's earlier instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State, may call the next witness.
The state calls Daniel Baker.
Sir, if you'll just come up, face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. You may take the stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Baker.
Where do you currently work?
I work for the Indian River Crime Laboratory.
What is your occupation?
I'm a criminalist assigned to the DNA unit.
What is your current role that you have?
As a criminalist in DNA, I screen items of evidence for the presence of biological fluid and material. This would include blood, semen, saliva, and hairs. I then attempt to develop DNA profiles from those items of evidence, perform DNA testing, write reports, and testify when needed.
To become a criminologist, what type of education do you have?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in psychology from the University of Colorado. With this degree, I completed coursework in biochemistry, molecular biology, genetics, and statistics. I also obtained minors in biology and astrophysics. In addition to that, I have a Master's of Science degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
After getting your degrees, where did you become employed?
I began my employment with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Fort Myers Regional Operations Center.
What year did you start with FDLE?
Would have been January of 2012.
Is FDLE a state crime lab?
Yes.
And are items of evidence sent to FDLE for testing?
Yes.
Was your role specifically to biological testing?
Yes, that's correct.
And do they also have testing for drugs?
Yes, it has a full suite of forensic analysis.
So firearms, drugs?
Yes.
Now, how long were you with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement before going to your current agency?
I was there for approximately 8.5 years.
What specialized training do you have that prepared you for your duties as an analyst?
When I began my employment with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I underwent an approximately year-long training program. This training was broken into two main phases. The first phase involved me learning about the theories behind all the testing that I would be performing. I took practical exams and written exams to prove my competency in performing the tests that I would be employing. The second phase of that training involved working on actual items of evidence under the supervision of another qualified analyst.
Now, were you required to attend continuing education through your employment at FDLE?
Yes.
What did that training entail?
Part of the requirements for the laboratory to maintain its accreditation is for analysts in the DNA unit to undergo continuing education. This is a minimum of 8 hours every year, and it essentially involves going to an outside training where you learn about current topics in the field. Typically, most analysts will attend much more than 8 hours per year, but that's the minimum requirement.
Now, you mentioned accreditation. What did you mean by accreditation?
Accreditation is a public statement of the laboratory in which the laboratory is stating that it meets and maintains a set of internationally recognized standards set forth for the science labs.
Now, is FDLE accredited?
Yes, they are.
And who accredits that agency?
They are accredited by ANAB, which stands for the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Were you required to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is another way that I can demonstrate my ability to perform the testing that I employ as part of my job. What will happen is an outside agency will provide DNA samples to me, and they know the results of that DNA testing. I do not know the end result. I'll perform DNA testing on those samples just as I would in casework and submit my answers to that outside company who will inform me if I essentially got the correct answers or not.
How often is that proficiency testing done?
It's required to be completed twice a year.
So through your course of employment at FDLE, did you undergo those proficiency tests twice a year?
Yes.
Did you ever fail such a test?
No.
Are all the tests and analysis you perform validated and generally accepted in the forensic community?
Yes.
Could you just, DNA is something we hear a lot about on the news, but could you just describe what actually is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and just put very simply, it's a blueprint that gives your body and organisms a set of instructions on how to carry out its day-to-day functions.
Where is DNA found in the human body?
DNA is found in every single cell inside of your body, with the exception of red blood cells.
Can anyone have the same DNA?
Identical twins can have the same DNA profile, yes.
What type of DNA testing do you perform?
I perform something called STR DNA analysis. STR is just an acronym that stands for short tandem repeat. And a short tandem repeat is essentially just a piece of your DNA that will repeat itself over and over again. The number of times that this piece repeats itself is different from one person to another. So throughout my testing, I take advantage of that to be able to distinguish from one individual to another.
Now, how do you go about getting a DNA profile from a biological sample?
I would undergo the DNA analysis process.
Okay. And our control process?
Yes, they are.
What is a control?
A control, there are two different types. There's something called a positive control and a negative control. These are items that I perform DNA testing alongside whatever evidence samples I'm working. And they ensure that my testing is working properly. So positive control is a DNA sample in which I know what the DNA should be. So when I perform DNA testing on the sample, at the end of the testing, I should get an expected result. If that happens, then I know that all of my chemical reactions and all of my testing worked as I expected it to. On the flip side of that is a negative control. A negative control is a sample that does not have any DNA in it. So when I go through my testing procedures, at the very end, that sample should contain no DNA. And that ensures that no contamination occurred during my testing.
What happens if those controls don't work properly?
If the controls don't work properly, then as an analyst, I would reassess what went wrong, and the testing would be reperformed.
Did you have the opportunity to analyze evidence in a case that involved Wade Wilson, Christine Melton, and Diane Ruiz?
Yes.
How did you come to be assigned to or involved in this particular case?
It was assigned to me by my supervisor.
Now, when you get a case assigned to you by your supervisor, are you given any details as to why those items of evidence are sent to FDLE?
Typically for DNA testing, yes, I am made aware of certain case scenarios or circumstances.
What is the reason for getting that information?
The biggest reason is to help me decide how I'm going to test an item. So just to give you a very generic example, say that an investigator submitted a bed sheet to me for DNA testing. With no background information, I don't know what to do with that bed sheet. I might assume maybe a sexual assault took place, so I'm looking for any semen. But what if in reality it was used in the course of a homicide and a body was wrapped up in that bedding, and they're looking for maybe the DNA of someone who could have wrapped the body in a bed sheet? I wouldn't know that without that type of information, and I can't perform every single type of testing on every single item of evidence. So for that reason, we need additional information to help guide the testing.
So would that additional information also guide you where you might want to swab on that piece of evidence?
Exactly.
Were you sent a number of pieces of evidence to analyze in this case?
Yes.
Now, sometimes when items of evidence are sent to you, do you just receive swabs that are from swabbing a piece of evidence?
Yes.
And then other times are you sent actual physical items for you to swab?
Yes.
Were you sent a number of physical items in this case for you to determine where you might want to swab?
Yes, I was.
Now, I want to start, and let me ask you this too. Does FDLE have a certain number of items of evidence that they'll accept for testing at a time?
Yes, there is an evidence submission policy.
And what is the point of an evidence submission policy? Why is it narrowed down to a certain number of pieces?
The biggest thing is to help in the expedition of getting things tested in a timely manner. If it was left to investigators, they would probably submit hundreds of items of evidence to be tested. Unfortunately, that costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. So in order to get answers quicker, there's a submission policy that's implemented.
Now, once those items are tested, are investigators allowed to send more items of evidence to test if it's relevant?
Yes.
Now, if FDLE receives items that would identify a perpetrator, is it typical for you to continue to receive more items of evidence if a DNA hit has already come back?
That would not be typical, but it depends on case circumstances.
So would you say that one of the main advantages or reasons for DNA is in order to identify people?
Yes.
Now, I want to start with the case involving Christine Melton. What items of evidence were you initially sent?
Initially, I was sent buccal swabs from Wade Wilson. A buccal swab is a swab that's from the inside of somebody's cheek, and it's used so that I can develop a DNA profile from that item to make comparisons to any crime scene samples that I obtained DNA from. In addition to that, I obtained 2 tied shirts, a shirt, a pair of jeans, a bathing suit top that were tied together, along with an additional untied shirt, a curtain rod, and a blood stain card from Christine Melton. A blood stain card is blood that's collected at autopsy. Again, used very similar to how I would use a buccal swab. It's used to develop a DNA profile from that so that I have the DNA from the individual it came from to make comparisons to evidence.
So the unknown items of evidence from the scene, is it your goal to develop a known profile from each of those items of evidence?
Yes, if any DNA is present, obtain a DNA profile from those evidence items.
And then ultimately, do you compare the profile from something from a scene or an item of evidence sent to you to those known samples that you've created?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you mentioned there was a buccal swab from Wade Wilson. Why is the swab taken from the cheek? Is there any scientific reason for the DNA coming from there?
It's a very DNA-rich portion of your body, and it's easier to collect than blood.
Now, when you received these items of evidence, did they appear to be properly packaged and sealed?
Yes.
And was there an identifying case number from the agency on each of those items?
Yes.
Now, did you give each exhibit an identifying FDLE number?
Yes, when evidence comes into the laboratory, it gets an FDLE lab case number associated with it, and each item gets a unique exhibit number.
And may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach you and show you an item that's already been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
These are buccal swabs from Wade Wilson.
And are your initials and date on that item of evidence?
Yes, they are.
This red tape, if you can just show right here, this red tape that's on that envelope, is that from Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
This tape up here no, that would be from an original seal from the submitting agency. The red tape along the bottom is my seal after I completed my testing.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you received the buccal swabs from Wade Wilson, were you able to complete a DNA profile of that swab?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile.
And how were you able to do that?
I performed the DNA testing process on that item.
And what does that DNA testing process entail?
The first step would be to actually take a sample for DNA testing. So I'm actually cutting a little piece of the swab that was submitted. And then the next step is to actually access the DNA. In order to do that, I need to break open the cells. So I use heat and chemicals to break open the cells to get to the DNA. Once I've done that, I need to know how much DNA is present in my sample. That's because the chemical reaction that I'm going to perform needs a certain amount of DNA present. So I like to refer to it kind of like Goldilocks. Too little DNA is not good. Too much DNA is also not good for my process. I need just the right amount. I have to know how much DNA is present in order to know the right amount to use for my chemical reaction. That next chemical reaction is where I actually will make millions of copies of the DNA. I'm making copies of the areas that I'm testing for. DNA is very small, so by making the millions of copies of it, I'm making it so that I can visualize this at a later step in my process. That next step is to put it on an instrument that will separate it and generate graphical data that I, as an analyst, will look at and make my determinations from.
At this time, I'd seek to move State's Exhibit 38, the buccal swabs from Wade Wilson, into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 15, which has already been shown. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
This is the blood stain card from Christine Melton.
And how are you able to recognize this exhibit?
By the FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials on it.
Now, at this time, the state would move exhibit number 15 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Now, with this blood stain card, were you able to come up with a complete DNA profile for Christine Melton?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach you and show you some items of clothing, and there's some gloves if you need, over to your right. And the first item I'm showing you is State's Exhibit 16. And then the second item is State's Exhibit 17. If you could start by looking at State's Exhibit 16 and tell me if you recognize it.
My hands aren't sweaty at all, so these gloves go on easy. Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay, and how are you able to recognize this exhibit?
On the outside of the packaging is the FDLE case number, exhibit number, and my handwritten initials, and then I recognize the items inside.
Now, obviously, this was opened in court, but when you received it, it was packaged and sealed.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move Exhibit 16 into evidence.
16 was what?
The shirts, the wrap bedding,
Two tight shirts.
black, white, and gray tied shirts.
No objection.
Be admitted.
And I'll have you look at State's Exhibit 17.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
How are you able to recognize that?
Same as before, the FDLE case number, the item number, my handwritten initials, and the contents inside the bag.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 17 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
I want to start by asking you what you did with these items of clothing and bedding that you received.
Okay, so as alluded to before, I received case information that these items were potentially used in the tying up of some kind of apparatus or the victim herself. And so the area of note on these items of clothing were any DNA that might be on the knotted portions. So to start, this first package is two tied shirts. They were knotted together at the sleeves. There were two knots. So what I did was I start by performing just a visual examination of the evidence. Though I know I'm focusing on the knots, I am still going to give a visual exam to the entire of the item to see if there's any characteristic staining that would potentially warrant testing for bodily fluids. In this case, I did actually perform a chemical color change test for the possible presence of semen. Sexual assault was potentially suspected in this case, and there was staining that warranted potential testing for semen. In this instance, the items were negative for the presence of semen. The next thing I did was collect potential hairs from these exhibits. So the shirts had what appeared to be hairs. I'm saying what appeared to be because I didn't actually examine them with a microscope, which is how I would confirm that they were hairs. These possible hairs were collected and then returned to the original package and a separate little envelope that I have in here. That would be for any possible future testing if for some reason the hairs needed to be examined. After that, I focused on the knots of the shirts. So what I did is go to the first knot and I swabbed it for any potential DNA that would be on the outside portion of the knot. That then became my first sample. I then untied that same exact knot and then took a separate swab and swabbed the inside portion of the knot. That then became my second sample. And then I repeated this process for the second knot that was present on these items. Swabbed the outside of the second knot, untied it, and then swabbed the inside of that knot.
How many knots total on those shirts did you examine?
May I refer to my notes?
That will refresh your recollection, yes.
I believe it's 2, but I just want to verify in my bench notes for you. Yes, it was 2 total knots for this first item.
Could you please pull that first item out and just show the jurors that item?
So this is the possible hair package that's in here that I told you I collected.
While while you're pulling that out, is hair something that's very easy to test for DNA?
It's not difficult to test for DNA, but it's not commonly performed DNA testing just because a lot of hair is shed on your body throughout the day. Approximately 200 to 300 hairs can be shed in a day. And typically those shed hairs are dead, and dead hairs don't contain the type of DNA that I'm looking for. I'm looking for hairs that are in an actively growing phase, and usually those have to be ripped out to find those. So most times I don't even examine hairs unless there's something about a case circumstance that would suggest I should. So shirt 1. Shirt 2. They were both knotted by their sleeves together at each of the sleeves.
So these shirts that you're holding up are after you've untied them?
Yes.
So let's talk about the knot, is it 2A? Is that the right reference that I'm using?
Yes.
First knot? Okay. So for 2A, were you able to obtain DNA results from that knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profile from 2A to the profiles of Wade Wilson and the profile of Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of the comparison?
So to start, the actual result of my testing on that knot, it demonstrated a presence of a mixture consistent with 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. So what that means is that there's DNA from 2 people on that knot, and at least one of them is male. Once I obtain that result, I then do the comparison to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton. And Wade Wilson is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile, and Christine Melton is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
Now, were you able to put a statistical significance to those comparisons?
Yes.
What is that statistical significance?
So to lay a little bit of groundwork for you, because I can't DNA test every single person in this world who has lived, is living, and will ever live, I can never 100% say that something is someone's DNA. Because I can't do that, I have to calculate some type of statistic that will give you some weight to this inclusion. I do that by the use of something called a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio compares the probability of getting my DNA under 2 different explanations. So the first explanation, as an example, when I'm comparing Wade Wilson to this DNA, it would be what's the probability of the DNA if Wade Wilson is the source of it along with someone else, because it's a 2-person mixture. The alternative explanation is what's the probability of the DNA if someone unrelated to him is the source of the DNA. The higher the number that I report is, the greater the support there is for that first explanation, the inclusion explanation, if someone is the source of it. So with that groundwork laid, when I compared Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals.
So you said 700 billion?
Greater than 700 billion.
Is 700 billion the cap that you use, the highest number you use?
At FDLE, a procedure is to cap the number at 700 billion.
Now, about how many people are there now in this world?
Approximately 7 to 8 billion.
Now, this result you just gave, that was from the first knot untied, is that correct?
No, this would be from the first knot as it was tied.
Okay, so then you untied it and swabbed that, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so is that 2B?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA results from 2B, so that untied knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profile from 2B to the profile of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes, and just to back up, I never gave you the statistic for Christine Melton on the knot that was before it was untied. It's a very similar number. The DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton and one unknown unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
So the profile that you were able to compare to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton from 2B, what were the results of that comparison?
Item 2B demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with two individuals. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. And the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and one unrelated individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals. And then likewise with Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and one unrelated individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals.
Okay, so those are the results from the outside and the inside of knot 1?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the second knot. Is that 2C?
Yes.
So is 2C, did you swab from the outside of that knot?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile or DNA profiles from that knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profiles from 2C to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of the comparisons you did?
Okay, so the results from the knot itself demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with three individuals, including at least one male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixed DNA profile. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and two unrelated individuals than if it originated from three unrelated individuals. Likewise, for Christine Melton, the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and two unrelated individuals than if it originated from three unrelated individuals.
Now, the second knot, did you untie it and swab the inside of that second knot?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain any DNA profiles from that second knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able then to compare those DNA profiles to the profile of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
Okay, the results from item 2D demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with four individuals, including at least one male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to the mixed DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and three unrelated individuals than if it originated from four unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, similar. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and three unrelated individuals than if it originated from four unrelated individuals.
Now, did that complete your testing for those two shirts tied together?
Yes, it did.
What was the next item or clothing item that you tested?
The next clothing items would have been the tied shirt, jeans, and bathing suit top with the untied shirt.
Is that 3A? Is that one of those knots 3A from that?
Yes.
Could you please show the jurors the items of clothing that you tested next?
Okay.
I can just approach, Your Honor. I'll
Okay.
pick it up.
This is the pair of jeans. the shirts. The bathing suit top. And the other garment.
Now there's 4 pieces, is that correct?
Yes.
Were all 4 of those pieces knotted together?
No, they were not.
Okay. What parts were knotted together?
The shirt that I showed you that had the small hoodie attached to it was tied to the pair of jeans. Also tied to the pair of jeans was the bathing suit top, which itself also had some knots done within itself. The other shirt was not tied to these items.
So let's talk about the first knot you tested, 3A. Which knot was this?
3A is the knot that was connecting the shirt to the jeans.
And were you able to complete any DNA profiles from the outside of that knot?
Yes, I was.
Were you then able to compare the profile from that knot to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The knot 3A demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Did you then swab the inside of that knot once you'd untied it?
Yes, I did.
And again, this is the pants and the gray hoodie?
Yes.
Now, were you able to obtain DNA profiles once that knot was untied?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare that DNA profile to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The results were the exact same as the untied portion of that knot. So I obtained a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, 1 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Now, you mentioned another knot. What 2 items of clothing were knotted together? Or not for 3C?
Yes, the next knot, which was
even though we had the thing on. We are going to probably, we just I have conversations about the length of and duration of Mr. Copeland's testimony. So, but for purposes of today, I'm just going to recess and as soon as the jury comes out. Okay? So we'll recess for today. We'll start back up tomorrow morning, 9:30 for a 10 o'clock start time. All right? All right. Go ahead and call Mr. Copeland back in, please. All right, Sergeant, summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a point today which might be a natural stopping point for us today. So I'm going to recess you all until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow being Wednesday, we'll start. You all need to be here for 9:30 for anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And then we'll see where the day leads us, okay? All right. Mr. Copeland, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30, okay?
I can go?
For today. Yeah, for today. We're done for the day.
Right
yeah.
now?
Yeah. We'll see you in the morning at 9:30, all right? Yes?
All right.
Okay, all right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any ministerial inquiry of me at this point? Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and review our nightly admonitions. Remember, when you leave today, leave your notepads in the basket. Please do not discuss anything you may have heard at any point in time during the trial of this matter with your group as a corporate body, in individual or smaller groups. As you sit back there in your headquarters at your deliberation room, as you travel back and forth from wherever you may come from in our great county, or when you're here in the courthouse, remember, it would be a violation for you to sit back in any of those spaces, either inside the jury deliberation room or outside the jury deliberation room at any point in place, and recap, handicap, or otherwise discuss anything that may have heard in terms of testimony in this case. Remember that you can only consider this case once it is totally submitted to you, and I give you instructions on how to begin your delivery process. But until such time you're not permitted to go ahead and get, as we call it, get a jump start on things. Okay. All right. Remember, it would be a violation also for you to go by and visit any of the scenes depicted, or you may have learned about through testimony maps or other pictures that may have been admitted so far for your consideration. You cannot go by and visit any of those scenes, take any photos yourself, do any sketches, or come back and otherwise share with your fellow jurors anything that you may know about anything that's been testified. Remember, you can only consider what has lawfully been presented within the four walls of this courtroom. Remember also, it would be a violation for you to also seek outside assistance, be it persons, reference materials, the internet, or other sources to otherwise aid and augment your understanding as to what anything you may have covered or you may have learned in this particular courtroom. Remember, you can only consider what's lawfully presented inside this courtroom. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if any third party seeks to try and contact you by any means or conveyance or communication, that your duty would be to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately, and then we'll go ahead and act accordingly. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, as I finish with you, as is customary every night, thank you for your patience, thank you for your continued attention, and thank you for the continued patience you'll continue to give the parties on the consideration of this matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you have anything else for me? Any other questions? If not, we will see you tomorrow morning, 9:30, anticipated 10 o'clock start time. We'll see where the day leads us at that point, okay? All right, we're in recess. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, counsel, do you have any ministerial inquiry of me? All right, anything on behalf of any defendants?
Can I just inquire if there's an estimate of time on direct? I understand that it may be lengthy, but all week, is it 2 weeks?
I was just saying up here at the bench, y'all had the ability to listen in, but I'll repeat it. At least till the end of the week, possibly in the next week.
Okay, and the reason I ask, I filed a motion, Your Honor, yesterday morning, which is 6/10/2024. And it's entitled Motion for Correct Rulings on Improper Objections by the State. I just want to make you aware before cross-examination. I've raised 2 issues about the objections.
Is this about the, I do recall you reviewing that particular motion, and yes, we can hear it prior to.
Thank you.
Just remind me again, just to make sure I flag it again. Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Sharp. Thursday, as of right now, Mr. Sharp, Thursday the 13th should be a regular work day. All right. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Unless there's anything else, councils, I'll see you all tomorrow morning for 9:30 for anticipated 10 o'clock start time. Okay. All right. We're in recess.
slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play